Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the majestic depths of Khazad-dûm, where the echo of hammers resonated through galleries of polished stone, lived Thrain, a young apprentice blacksmith. His eyes, the amber hue of the most precious gems, reflected the warm light of the eternal forges burning in the heart of the mountain. His hands, calloused from hard work, contrasted with the softness of his restless spirit, always seeking something beyond what his eyes could see. On a night when moonlight filtered through hidden cracks in the mountain, tinting the corridors silver, Thrain was awakened by a whisper. It wasn't the familiar murmur of wind in the caves, nor the distant clink of pickaxes. It was something deeper, more ancient, a call that seemed to come from the very stones themselves. Intrigued, Thrain left his bed of soft moss and walked through the silent corridors. The cold floor beneath his bare feet emanated an ancient energy, guiding him through forgotten passages. The chiseled walls told stories of ages past, and Thrain felt as if each step took him deeper, not just into the mountain, but into time itself. After what seemed like hours of walking, he reached a circular chamber, illuminated by phosphorescent crystals that pulsed like subterranean stars. In the center stood a column of black stone, covered in runes that glowed with their own light. Thrain approached, hypnotized, and upon touching the smooth surface of the stone, he was flooded with visions. He saw the halls of Khazad-dûm in their maximum splendor, heard the laughter of dwarf children echoing through the corridors, felt the warmth of the forges and the pride of generations of craftsmen. But he also saw shadows approaching, threats dormant in the depths, and a silence that would one day cover all of this. Frightened, Thrain recoiled, his mind filled with images and emotions he couldn't fully comprehend. It was then that a deep, comforting voice called him by name. Thrain, my young lad, I see the stones have spoken to you as well. Turning, Thrain saw Balin, the venerable master blacksmith and advisor to the king. His white beard gleamed in the light of the crystals, and his wise eyes shone with understanding. Master Balin, Thrain stammered. I don't know what I saw. The stones. They showed me. Balin smiled gently. The stones of Khazad-dûm hold many secrets, my boy. Few are chosen to hear them. What you saw were not just memories, but also possibilities. The past and future intertwined in the very veins of the mountain. Thrain felt a weight form in his chest. But master, I saw darkness. I saw our home in silence. Is this the fate of Khazad-dûm? Balin placed a comforting hand on Thrain's shoulder. The future, my young one, is not a single immutable road. It's a river with many tributaries. What you saw is just one of many possibilities. But now that you've been chosen by the stones, you have the power to influence that course. In the days that followed, Balin guided Thrain on a journey of self-discovery through the deepest recesses of Khazad-dûm. They explored glittering caves where uncut gems still slept in their rocky mattresses. They meditated by subterranean lakes so calm they seemed like perfect mirrors, reflecting not just their images, but also the deepest desires of their hearts. In one of these explorations, they came to a chamber where the air vibrated with ancient energy. In the center, a block of raw stone waited, as if it had been expecting this moment for millennia. This, Thrain, said Balin with reverence, is the Stone of Awakening. They say it was here that Durin the Deathless first awoke. It is the heart of Khazad-dûm, the source of our strength and wisdom. Thrain approached hesitant. Upon touching the stone, he felt a wave of warmth course through his body. He closed his eyes and in his mind saw himself before a mirror. His reflection, however, was not just himself, but all the dwarves who had ever lived and who would ever live. He understood then that each of them was a link in an unbreakable chain, connecting the past to the future. "What do you see, my young one?" Balin's voice seemed to come from far away. I see us, Master Balin, all of us. We are not just individuals. We are a tapestry woven through time. Each choice, each action, affects the entire pattern." Balin nodded, his eyes shining with pride. "And now you understand the weight and beauty of being a guardian of Khazad Diem. It's not just about protecting treasures or forging weapons. It's about preserving our essence, our history, and shaping our future." In the months that followed, Thrain dedicated himself not only to the forge, but also to studying the ancient traditions of his people. He learned to read the secret runes, to hear the whisper of the stones, and to find balance between the strength of the hammer and the delicacy of the chisel. One night, while working alone in the forge, Thrain had an epiphany. He took a piece of mithril, the most precious of metals, and began to shape it. Hours passed as if they were minutes, and when the sun rose, filtered through the mountain's crevices, Thrain had created something unique. It was a small amulet in the shape of a hammer, but inside it, visible through delicate filigree, pulsed a small gem that seemed to contain the very essence of Khazad Diem. Whoever wore it would feel the deep connection with the mountain and with all generations of dwarves who had lived there. Balin, upon seeing Thrain's creation, was speechless for a moment. "My boy," he finally said, his voice choked with emotion, "you've created something more than a simple amulet. You've forged a piece of the heart of our home." The king, upon learning of Thrain's creation, decreed that the young blacksmith should create similar amulets for all the dwarves of Khazad Diem. "For in times of peace, they will remind us of our purpose," said the monarch, "and in times of trial, they will give us strength and hope." And so, night after night, Thrain worked at his forge, creating not just amulets, but tangible links between each dwarf and the beating heart of their ancestral home. Each hammer blow echoed through the stone halls like a comforting reminder of belonging and purpose. The dwarves who wore the amulets reported more peaceful dreams, a deeper connection with the mountain and with each other. The anxiety that sometimes plagued the heart of the cave-dwelling folk seemed to dissipate, replaced by a profound serenity and a tacit understanding of their place in the great fabric of time. Thrain, though young in years, became wise in spirit. His hands, once calloused only from physical labor, now bore the marks of one who shapes not just metal, but destiny itself. His eyes, which once reflected only the light of the forges, now shone with the wisdom of ages. On quiet nights, when the last hammer fell silent and the forges cooled, Thrain walked the corridors of Khazad Diem. The whisper of the stones, once an enigma, was now a familiar song, a constant reminder of the responsibility and privilege of being a guardian of this sacred place. And so, in the depths of the mountain, where time seemed to flow different, Khazad Diem found a new balance. The fear of an uncertain future was replaced by the understanding that each dwarf carried with them a piece of the eternal heart of their home. The shadows that Thrain had seen in his first visions were not forgotten, but faced with courage and wisdom. For now they knew that, no matter what the future held, the essence of Khazad Diem, its strength, its beauty, its history would live forever, not just in the stones of the mountain, but in the heart of every dwarf. And every night, as they lay down in their beds of soft moss, the dwarves of Khazad Diem fell asleep to the gentle tinkling of their amulets, lulled by the eternal whisper of the stones, dreaming of the glories of the past and the promises of tomorrow. Story 2. In the depths of Erebor, the lonely mountain where the echo of chisels danced through carved galleries, lived Nori, a young dwarf stone carver. His nimble fingers created wonders in stone, but his restless heart yearned for something more. Every night, Nori dreamed of a distant melody, a call that seemed to come from the very bowels of the mountain. On a moonless night, when shadows were deepest and dreams most vivid, Nori awoke with the melody resonating in his ears. Without hesitation, he grabbed his favorite chisel and followed the ethereal sound through the winding corridors of Erebor. The melody guided him through forgotten passages, where the dust of ages accumulated and spiderwebs glistened like silver threads in the light of his lantern. The deeper he went, the clearer the music became, until he finally reached a circular chamber, illuminated by a soft blue glow. In the center of the chamber stood an enormous rust stone, larger than anything Nori had ever seen. Veins of deep blue ran across its surface, pulsing to the rhythm of the melody that now filled the air. Heart racing, Nori approached the stone. His fingers trembled as they touched the cold surface, and at the moment of contact, the melody exploded in his mind like a symphony of colors and shapes. Nori found himself transported through the ages. He saw Durin the deathless awakening under the stars. He witnessed the construction of great halls and the forging of legendary weapons. He felt the heat of the forges and the biting cold of the deepest mines. And in each vision, the stone was present, silent, eternal. When the vision dissipated, Nori found himself on his knees, breathless. Beside him stood Dwalin, the old warrior master, his eyes shining with a mixture of admiration and concern. "You've heard the call of the Stone of Time, young Nori," said Dwalin, his deep voice echoing in the chamber. "Few are chosen for this honor." Nori looked at his hands, which still tingled with the energy of the vision. "What does this mean, Master Dwalin?" The old warrior smiled gently. "It means you've been chosen to be the guardian of memories. Your chisel will not only carve stone, but also preserve our history." In the days that followed, Nori worked tirelessly, guided by the visions the Stone of Time granted him. His sculptures came to life, telling stories of past ages with a vividness that left everyone in awe. One night, while working on his largest project, a mural covering an entire wall, depicting the history of dwarves from creation to the present day, Nori had an epiphany. He wasn't just preserving the past, but also shaping the future. Each chisel stroke was a note in the great symphony of time. Each sculpture, a link between what was and what would be. And as he worked, Nori realized that the anxiety that once consumed him had transformed into a deep serenity. Other dwarves began to visit his workshop, seeking comfort in the stories carved in stone. Warriors found courage in past battles. Craftsmen sought inspiration from the great masters of yore, and the young discovered their place in the great tapestry of time. Years passed, and Nori's work spread throughout Erebor. Once empty corridors now told stories. Silent halls echoed with memories of great deeds of the past. And in every corner of the mountain, dwarves found a piece of themselves, of their history, of their purpose. Nori, now a respected master, still spent his nights working, guided by the gentle melody of the Stone of Time. But now each chisel stroke brought not only memories of the past, but also visions of the future, a bright future, full of hope and possibilities. And so, in the depths of Erebor, where time seemed to flow different, the dwarves found a new source of peace. Nori's sculptures became more than mere works of art, they were anchors, connecting each dwarf to the eternal flow of time. Every night, before sleeping, the inhabitants of the lonely mountain made a silent pilgrimage through the corridors, touching the sculptures, letting the stories told in them calm their minds and prepare their hearts for the next day. And Nori, the once restless carver, found his true purpose. Each night, he fell asleep to the soft tinkling of his chisel echoing in his dreams, knowing that his work not only preserved the past, but also illuminated the path to the future. In the lonely mountain, time was no longer a burden, but a friend. And in the depths of Erebor, cradled by the stories carved in stone, the dwarves found deep and restorative sleep, dreaming of the glories of the past and the promises of tomorrow. Story 3. In the heart of Erebor, where the resonance of hammers and picks had long since faded into memory, there lived a dwarf named Fili the Younger. Unlike his ancestors who wielded axes and forged mighty weapons, Fili's talents lay in the delicate art of music. His fingers, though stout and strong like all dwarves, possessed a gentleness that could coax the most ethereal melodies from his golden harp. Every evening, as the lanterns dimmed and the great forges cooled, Fili would find a quiet corner in one of the vast halls and begin to play. At first, few paid him any mind, for music was considered a frivolous pursuit by many of the older dwarves. But as nights passed into weeks, and weeks into months, something extraordinary began to happen. Dwarves returning from long days of mining or crafting found themselves drawn to the sound of Fili's harp. The melodies seemed to ease the ache in their muscles and soothe the worries in their minds. Soon, A small crowd would gather each night, sitting in reverent silence as Feely's music filled the air. One night, as the first snow of winter blanketed the mountainside, Feely was surprised to find an ancient dwarf waiting for him in his usual spot. The old one's beard was white as the snow outside, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless years. "Young Feely," the elder spoke, his voice like gravel underfoot. "I am Thorin Stonehelm, keeper of the mountain's deepest lore. Your music, it awakens something long forgotten within these halls." Feely bowed deeply, honored by the presence of such a revered figure. "I mean no disrespect to our traditions, Master Thorin. I only wish to bring some comfort to our people after their long days of toil." Thorin's eyes twinkled with an unexpected mirth. "Disrespect? Nay, lad, you've rediscovered one of our most ancient and powerful magics. Come, there is something you must see." Leading Feely through winding passages and down staircases worn smooth by millennia of dwarven feet, Thorin brought him to a chamber deep within the mountain. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings, depicting dwarfs playing various instruments. "Long ago," Thorin explained, "before the dragons came and our people were scattered, music was as vital to us as the ore we mine. It was said that the right melody could make the very stones sing, revealing hidden veins of mithril and gems." Feely's eyes widened in wonder. "I had no idea. Few do these days," Thorin sighed. "But you, young one, you have a gift. Your music doesn't just soothe our people. It awakens the very heart of the mountain." From that night forward, Feely's purpose was clear. Each evening, he would descend into the depths of Erebor, to the Chamber of Ancient Music. There, he would play his harp, and as the notes echoed through the stone, remarkable things began to happen. Miners reported veins of gold appearing where none had been before. Gems seemed to glow with an inner light, making them easier to find and extract. The very air in the deepest mines became fresher, as if the mountain itself was breathing in time with Feely's melodies. But more than the material wealth, it was the change in the dwarves themselves that was most profound. The music seemed to seep into their dreams, banishing nightmares of dragon fire and lost homes. Instead, they dreamt of the glories of their past and the promises of their future. Dwarves who had long suffered from sleeplessness found themselves drifting off peacefully to the distant strains of Feely's harp. Those plagued by anxiety or sorrow felt their burdens lighten, if only for a while, as the music wrapped around them like a warm blanket. Years passed, and Feely's fame spread beyond Erebor. Dwarves from the Iron Hills, and even as far as the Blue Mountains, would make pilgrimages to hear the legendary harper of the Lonely Mountain. Some even swore that on particularly clear nights, the melody could be heard in Dale, bringing sweet dreams to the men and women of that rebuilt city. As Feely grew older, he took on apprentices, ensuring that the ancient art of dwarven music would never again be forgotten. The chambers that had once echoed only with the sound of picks and hammers now rang with the harmonies of harps, flutes, and deep dwarven voices raised in song. And so it was that Erebor, once known only for its gold and jewels, became equally famed for its music. The Lonely Mountain was lonely no more, filled instead with the warmth of community and the healing power of song. Every night, as the sun set behind the peaks and the stars began to twinkle, the dwarves of Erebor would settle into their beds, a sense of peace enveloping them, for they knew that soon the gentle notes of Feely's harp would begin to play, weaving through stone and dream alike, guarding their sleep and promising a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of the mountain, Feely would close his eyes, his fingers dancing across the strings, and smile, for he had found his true calling not in gold or gems, but in the priceless treasure of his people's contentment. And as the last notes of his nightly lullaby faded away, the lonely mountain itself seemed to sigh in peaceful slumber, cradling its children in dreams of harmony and hope. Story 4. Deep within the labyrinthine halls of Khazad-dûm, far from the bustling forges and grand halls, there lay a network of caves known only to a select few. These were the Whispering Caves, where the very rock seemed to breathe with ancient wisdom. It was here that Gimli, son of Golin, found himself drawn night after night, seeking solace from the weight of leadership that had been thrust upon him. Gimli had never sought to be a leader, preferring the simple life of a warrior and craftsman. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. As one of the few dwarves to have seen the outside world and returned, he was now tasked with guiding his people as they reclaimed their ancestral home. The responsibility weighed heavily upon him, chasing sleep from his eyes and peace from his heart. It was on one such restless night that he first stumbled upon the entrance to the Whispering Caves. The moment he stepped inside, Gimli felt a change in the air. It was cooler here, with a gentle breeze that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The walls glittered with tiny crystals, catching and refracting the light of his lantern in mesmerizing patterns. But it was the sound that truly captured his attention. A soft, soothing whisper echoed through the caves, like countless voices murmuring just on the edge of hearing. At first, Gimli thought he was imagining it, but as he ventured deeper into the caves, the whispers grew clearer. They spoke of ancient times, of the glory days of Khazad Diem when Durin walked these halls. They told tales of great craftsmanship, of battles won and lost, of treasures beyond imagining. But more than that, they spoke of the spirit of the dwarven people, their resilience, their passion, their unwavering loyalty. As Gimli listened, he felt the burdens of leadership begin to lift. The whispers reminded him of why he had taken on this role, of the legacy he was fighting to preserve. He found himself sinking to the ground, his back against a smooth stone wall, as the voices washed over him like a soothing balm. For the first time in months, Gimli slept deeply and peacefully, lulled by the gentle murmurs of the cave. When he awoke, he felt refreshed and renewed, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. From that night on, Gimli made it his ritual to visit the Whispering Caves whenever he felt overwhelmed. Sometimes he would bring his axe and whetstone, finding the repetitive motion of sharpening the blade meditative as he listened to the whispers. Other times, he would simply sit in silence, letting the ancient wisdom of the mountain wash over him. As word of the caves spread, other dwarves began to seek them out. Warriors came to find courage before battle. Craftsmen sought inspiration for their next great work. Young dwarves, feeling lost or unsure, found guidance in the gentle murmurs of their ancestors. The Whispering Caves became a place of healing and reflection for all of Khazad Diem. Dwarves who had trouble sleeping would spend nights there, emerging in the morning with clear eyes and peaceful hearts. Those plagued by nightmares found that the voices chased away their fears, replacing them with dreams of hope and glory. Gimli, watching his people find solace in the caves, felt a sense of pride and purpose. He realized that true leadership wasn't about having all the answers, but about helping his people find strength within themselves. The Whispering Caves had become a symbol of that strength, a reminder of their past and a beacon for their future. As the years passed, Gimli's hair turned gray and his beard grew long, but he never lost his connection to the Whispering Caves. Even in his twilight years, he would make the journey deep into the mountain, guided by the soft glow of phosphorescent fungi that lined the walls. And on quiet nights, when the forges had cooled and the halls had emptied, the dwarves of Khazad Diem would lie in their beds and listen. Or if they strained their ears, they could just make out the faintest whisper echoing through the stone, a lullaby from the heart of the mountain itself, singing its children to sleep with tales of glory and dreams of a bright tomorrow. In this way, the Whispering Caves became more than just a place of refuge. They were a testament to the enduring spirit of the dwarves, a reminder that even in the darkest depths, there was light to be found. And as each dwarf drifted off to sleep, soothed by the ancient whispers, they knew that they were part of something greater, a story that had been unfolding for ages and would continue long after they were gone. And so, in the depths of Khazad Diem, where the echoes of the past met the hopes of the future, the dwarves found their most precious treasure, peace, not in gold or mithril, but in the timeless wisdom of the Whispering Caves, forever guarding their dreams and nurturing their souls. Story 5. As the last rays of sunlight faded from the distant horizon, the great doors of Erebor began their nightly ritual of closing. The massive stone slabs moved with surprising grace, their intricate gears and counterweights working in perfect harmony. The sound echoed through the vast halls of the lonely mountain, a deep, resonant tone that signaled the transition from day to night. Within the mountain's embrace, Magistrate Farron, the chief scribe of Erebor, made his way through the winding corridors towards his favorite alcove. His footsteps, muffled by soft leather boots, barely disturbed the settling quiet. The warm glow of mithril-infused lamps lined the passageways, casting a gentle, silvery light that seemed to breathe life into the ancient stone walls. Farron's alcove, a small nook carved into the living rock of the mountain, overlooked one of the grand halls of Erebor. It was a place of peace and reflection, where the day's events could be recorded and contemplated in tranquil solitude. As he settled into his well-worn chair, crafted from polished oak and lined with supple leather, Farron let out a contented sigh. The scribe's weathered hands moved with practiced ease as he arranged his tools. Freshly cut quills, their feathers glossy in the lamplight, were placed alongside inkwells of various hues. Rolls of parchment, some new and crisp, others aged and softened with use, were stacked neatly at the corner of the desk. Each item had its place, a small piece in the ritual of recording that Farron had perfected over decades of service. As he dipped his quill into the inkwell, the rich scent of iron gall ink filled the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of parchment and the faint, ever-present mineral tang of the mountain itself. Farron paused for a moment, allowing his senses to attune to the ambient sounds of Erebor at twilight. Far below, the great forges were being banked for the night, their diminishing roar a low, comforting rumble that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the mountain. Closer at hand, the soft padding of feet and murmur of voices signaled the changing of the guard, as day workers retired and the night watch took their posts. With a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Farron began to write. His quill moved across the parchment with fluid grace, the soft scratching sound blending harmoniously with the mountain twilight symphony. As he wrote, the events of the day unfolded once more in his mind's eye. He recorded the arrival of a trade delegation from Dale, their wagons laden with fresh produce and fine textiles. The scribe's words captured the vibrant colors of the fabrics, the crisp scent of apples, and the jovial exchanges between dwarf and human merchants. In his mind, he could still hear the good-natured haggling and boisterous laughter that had echoed through the trade halls. Next came an account of the day's work in the mines. Farron's quill danced across the parchment as he described the discovery of a new vein of silver, twisting like a frozen river through the heart of the mountain. He wrote of the miners' excitement, their voices hushed with awe as they beheld the glittering bounty. The scribe's words seemed to capture the very essence of the precious metal, making it shimmer on the page. As the night deepened, Farron paused in his writing to refill his inkwell. He took a moment to stretch, his bones creaking softly as he rose from his chair. Crossing to the alcove's opening, he looked out over the grand hall below. The vast cavern stretched out before him, its ceiling so high it was lost in shadow. Massive pillars, each a marvel of dwarven craftsmanship, supported the unseen roof. Their surfaces were adorned with intricate carvings that told the story of Erebor and its people, a history written in stone. Mithril-infused lamps cast pools of soft light throughout the hall, creating an interplay of light and shadow that transformed the space into a dreamlike landscape. In the distance, Farron could make out the silhouettes of the night guards as they made their rounds, their armor glinting occasionally as they passed through patches of light. A movement caught Farron's eye, and he smiled as he spotted a small group of young dwarves huddled around one of the elder storytellers. Even at this distance, he could see their rapt expressions as they listened to tales of ancient deeds and long-forgotten heroes. The low, rhythmic cadence of the storyteller's voice drifted up to Farron's alcove, not quite distinct enough to make out the words, but soothing in its familiar pattern. Returning to his desk, Farron felt a renewed sense of purpose. He was not just recording dry facts and figures, but capturing the very essence of life within Erebor. His chronicles would ensure that future generations could connect with their heritage, feeling the pulse of the mountain's heart through his words. As he settled back into his chair, a new sound reached his ears. From deep within the mountain, a low, melodious humming began to rise. It started softly, almost imperceptible, but gradually grew in volume and complexity. This was the night song of Erebor, a tradition as old as the kingdom itself. Farron closed his eyes for a moment, letting the music wash over him. The song spoke of deep roots and soaring peaks, of the enduring strength of stone and the fierce loyalty of the dwarven people. It was a wordless melody that seemed to resonate with the very foundations of the mountain, a lullaby sung by the earth itself. Inspired by the music, Farron's quill found new energy. He wrote of the song, attempting to capture its essence in words. Though he knew no ink and parchment could truly convey the depth and beauty of the night's song, he felt compelled to try, his script flowing across the page in time with the melody. As the night wore on, Farron's chronicle expanded to include more than just the day's events. He wrote of the changing seasons outside the mountain, of the anticipation building for the upcoming midsummer festival, of the ongoing restoration work in the deeper levels of Erebor. Each topic flowed naturally into the next, creating a tapestry of words that reflected the rich, interconnected life of the Dwarven kingdom. The scribe paused occasionally to consult ancient tomes, their pages yellowed with age, but still crisp to the touch. These books, filled with the wisdom and observations of scribes long past, helped Farron place the day's events in the broader context of Erebor's history. He treated each volume with reverence, his touch gentle as he carefully turned the fragile pages. As he worked, the atmosphere in his alcove seemed to deepen, becoming more serene with each passing hour. The lamplight took on a warmer hue, casting a golden glow over the parchment and giving the ink an almost metallic sheen. The night song of Erebor had softened to a gentle hum, a constant, soothing presence in the background. Farron found himself in a state of flow, his quill moving almost of its own accord. The words seemed to pour directly from his heart onto the page, capturing not just events but emotions, not just facts but the very spirit of Erebor. Time lost all meaning as he wrote, the outside world fading away until there was nothing but the scratch of quill on parchment and the soft song of the mountain. It wasn't until he noticed a change in the quality of light that Farron realized how much time had passed. The lamps in the grand hall below had dimmed slightly, signaling the deepest part of the night. The night song had faded to a whisper, like a lullaby drawing to a close. With a mix of satisfaction and reluctance, Farron set down his quill. He carefully sprinkled sand over the ink to help it dry, the soft hiss of the grains falling on the parchment a final punctuation to his night's work. As he waited for the ink to set, he once again rose and moved to the alcove's opening. The grand hall below was now mostly in shadow, with only a few lamps still burning brightly. The night guards moved like ghosts through the dimness, their presence more felt than seen. A profound sense of peace had settled over Erebor, as if the entire mountain was holding its breath in sleep. Returning to his desk, Farron carefully rolled up the completed chronicle, tying it with a silken cord. He would deliver it to the royal archives in the morning, where it would join the vast collection of Erebor's recorded history. For now, though, it was time to rest. As he gathered his things and prepared to leave his alcove, Farron felt a deep sense of contentment. He had done more than just record the day's events. He had captured a moment in time, preserving the essence of Erebor for future generations. It was a small part of a much greater whole, but an important one nonetheless. With a final glance at the slumbering hall below, Farron made his way back through the quiet corridors of Erebor. The mountain's night song, now just a faint whisper, seemed to bid him good night as he walked. Tomorrow would bring new events to record, new stories to tell. But for now, wrapped in the peaceful embrace of the lonely mountain, Farron was content to let the ink dry and the day's memories settle, becoming part of the enduring legacy of Erebor. Story 6. In the heart of the misty mountains, where ancient stone met timeless craft, there stood a workshop unlike any other. Here, in a chamber carved from the living rock, Master D and Ironfoot prepared to pass on the secrets of his art to his young granddaughter, Thora. The air hummed with anticipation, filled with the promise of creation and the whisper of generations past. As dawn's first light filtered through cleverly placed light wells, Master D carefully arranged his tools on the worn wooden workbench. Each implement gleamed in the soft glow, polished by years of use and care. The familiar sense of metal and polish mingled with the earthy aroma of the mountain, creating an atmosphere both comforting and inspiring. Thora entered the workshop, her eyes wide with wonder and excitement. She had been waiting for this day since she was old enough to understand the importance of her family's craft. Her small fingers trembled slightly as she touched the smooth surface of the workbench, feeling the history etched into its grain. "Are you ready, little one?" Master Dian's voice was as warm and rich as the gold he worked with, filling the chamber with gentle resonance. Thora nodded, unable to find words to express the mix of emotions swirling within her. Her grandfather's smile deepened, crinkling the corners of his eyes. "Then let us begin," he said, gesturing for her to join him at the bench. As Thora settled onto the sturdy stool beside him, Master Dian began to explain the basics of jewelcraft. His words flowed like a gentle stream, each concept building upon the last. He spoke of the different metals they would work with: gold as warm as summer sunshine, silver as cool and pure as mountain streams, and precious mithril, rare and beautiful beyond compare. The soft clink of tools punctuated his lessons as he demonstrated each technique. Thora watched, mesmerized, as her grandfather's skilled hands shaped a thin sheet of gold into a delicate leaf. The metal seemed to come alive under his touch, bending and curving as if it were as pliable as clay. "Now you try, little one," Master Dian said, placing a small piece of silver before her. Thora's first attempts were clumsy, her young hands not yet accustomed to the precise movements required. But her grandfather's patience was as endless as the mountain itself. He guided her gently, his large hands enveloping hers as they worked the metal together. As the morning wore on, the workshop filled with a peaceful rhythm. The tap-tap-tap of hammers on metal blended with the soft scrape of files and the gentle hiss of the forge. Outside, a light rain began to fall, its patter against the mountain adding a soothing counterpoint to their work. Master Dian paused in his instruction, noticing the furrow of concentration on Thora's brow. "Remember, little one," he said softly, "jewelcraft is not just about shaping metal and stone. It's about capturing beauty and preserving it for generations to come. Let your heart guide your hands." Thora nodded, taking a deep breath. She closed her eyes for a moment, thinking of the beauty she wished to create. When she opened them again, her movements became more fluid, more purposeful. Under her grandfather's watchful eye, she began to shape a simple but elegant pendant. As midday approached, the light in the workshop shifted, taking on a golden quality that made the gems and metals on the workbench sparkle with renewed vigor. Master Dian lit several lamps, their warm glow adding depth and richness to the colors around them. He then brought out a wooden box, its surface worn smooth by countless hands. "It's time," he said, his voice filled with reverence, "to introduce you to the true stars of our craft." As he opened the box, Thora gasped in wonder. Inside lay an array of precious gems, each one a masterpiece of nature. There were rubies as red as the heart of a flame, sapphires as blue as the summer sky, and emeralds that held the very essence of spring within their depths. Each gem, Master Dian explained, lifting a diamond that seemed to capture and refract every available ray of light, has its own personality, its own story. Our job is to listen to that story and create a setting that honors it. He guided Thora's hand to touch each stone, teaching her to feel the subtle differences in their structure and energy. The cool, smooth surfaces of the gems were soothing against her skin, and she found herself relaxing into the lesson. As the afternoon progressed, Master Dian shared stories of famous jewels he had worked on and the rich history of dwarven craftsmanship. His words painted vivid pictures in Thora's mind of grand halls glittering with countless gems, of kings and queens adorned with the finest works of dwarven art. The gentle hum of the forge provided a constant, comforting background to their work and conversation. Its warmth filled the workshop, creating a cozy atmosphere that contrasted pleasantly with the cool mountain air that occasionally drifted in through the ventilation shafts. As the day began to wane, Master Dian decided it was time for Thora to attempt her first complete piece. He set before her a small, perfect emerald and a selection of gold wire. "Create something that speaks to your heart," he encouraged, his eyes twinkling with anticipation. Thora took a deep breath, letting her mind wander through all she had learned that day. Slowly, carefully, she began to work. Her small fingers, guided by newfound knowledge and instinct, wove the gold wire into an intricate pattern around the emerald. Master Dian watched in silent approval, only offering guidance when absolutely necessary. As the piece took shape, he saw in it echoes of designs that had been passed down through their family for generations, yet with a fresh perspective that was uniquely Thora's. As the last rays of sunlight faded from the light wells, Thora held up her creation. The emerald nestled in its golden cradle seemed to glow with an inner light, capturing the essence of new growth and ancient strength. "It's beautiful, little one," Master Dean said softly, his voice filled with pride. "You've captured the spirit of the mountain and the promise of spring all in one small piece." Thora beamed, her face glowing with accomplishment and joy. As she carefully set the pendant down, she noticed for the first time how the day had passed. The workshop was now illuminated primarily by the warm glow of lamps, creating an intimate, cozy atmosphere. Master Dean began to tidy up, his movements slow and deliberate. Each tool was cleaned and returned to its proper place, each gem carefully stored away. Thora joined him in this ritual, understanding instinctively that this too was part of the craft. As they worked, the sounds of the mountain became more pronounced. The distant drip of water echoed through hidden caverns, and the faint rumble of stone settling created a low, comforting hum. It was as if the mountain itself was winding down for the night, preparing for rest just as they were. With the workshop put to rights, Master Dean and Thora sat for a moment in comfortable silence. The events of the day settled around them like a warm blanket, filled with new knowledge, shared experiences, and the quiet joy of creation. "Remember this feeling," Thora, Master Dean said softly, his eyes distant with memory. "This is the true heart of our craft. Not the gold or the gems, beautiful as they are, but the peace that comes from creating something of lasting beauty and value." Thora nodded, too full of emotion to speak. She understood now why her grandfather's eyes always shone when he spoke of his work, why the adults in her family treated the craft with such reverence. As they prepared to leave the workshop, Master Dean placed Thora's pendant in a small velvet pouch. "Keep this," he said, pressing it into her hand. "Let it remind you of this day and of the potential that lies within you." Thora clutched the pouch to her chest, feeling the weight of the pendant and all it represented. As they walked through the quiet halls of their mountain home, the rhythmic echo of their footsteps blended with the ambient sounds of the mountain. That night, as Thora drifted off to sleep, her mind was filled with visions of gleaming gems and flowing metal. The gentle songs of the mountain, the warm glow of the forge, and the loving guidance of her grandfather all merged into a tapestry of memory that would stay with her forever. In the quiet darkness of her room, with the comforting presence of the mountain all around her, Thora smiled. She knew that this was just the beginning of her journey, the first step on a path that stretched back to the very roots of the mountain and forward into a future bright with promise. And so, cradled in the heart of the misty mountains, a new chapter in the ancient art of dwarven jewelcraft had begun, as timeless and beautiful as the gems themselves. Story 7. In the aftermath of the great battle at Helm's Deep, as the world began to heal and alliances between races strengthened, Gimli, son of Gul'dan, found himself with an unusual group of companions. The sturdy dwarf stood at the entrance to the glittering caves, his eyes twinkling with excitement as he gazed upon the small gathering of elves before him. These fair folk had traveled far from their woodland homes, drawn by tales of the cave's splendor and Gimli's passionate descriptions. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of damp stone and fresh grass from the plains beyond. Sunlight spilled over the entrance, casting long shadows and highlighting the anticipation on every face. Gimli's beard twitched with a smile as he gestured towards the cavern's mouth. "My friends," he began, his deep voice resonating with warmth, "prepare yourselves for a wonder unlike any other. These caves have captured my heart, and I hope they will stir your souls as well." With that, Gimli lit a small lantern and led the group into the cool embrace of the mountain. The transition from daylight to the cave's interior was gradual, allowing their eyes to adjust to the dimmer illumination. As they ventured deeper, the sounds of the outside world faded away, replaced by the gentle echoes of their footsteps and the occasional drip of water. The first chamber they entered was modest in size, but it hinted at the marvels to come. Smooth limestone walls curved overhead, dotted with tiny crystals that caught the lantern light and sparkled like stars. One of the elves, Linder, reached out to touch the wall, his slender fingers tracing the cool, damp surface with wonder. "It's alive," he whispered, his voice filled with awe. "I can feel the pulse of the earth itself." Gimli nodded, pleased by the elf's perception. "Aye, these caves are as much a part of the living world as your forests. They grow and change, albeit at a pace too slow for even elven eyes to perceive. As they continued their journey, the passages widened, opening into a vast chamber that drew gasps of wonder from the elven visitors. Here, the true majesty of the glittering caves revealed itself. Massive stalactites hung from the ceiling like the pillars of a grand palace, their surfaces shimmering with a rainbow of mineral deposits. Stalagmites rose from the floor to meet them, creating natural columns that seemed to support the very mountain itself. Gimli raised his lantern, sending light dancing across the cavern. The walls came alive with color-deep reds, vibrant blues, soft greens, and glittering golds. It was as if a master painter had taken a great brush to the stone, layering pigments with a delicate hand to create a masterpiece that spanned millennia. "Behold," Gimli said softly, his voice filled with reverence, "the artwork of time and water, of pressure and patience. No craftsman, be they dwarf, elf, or man, could hope to match such beauty." The elves spread out, each drawn to different features of the cavern. Some marveled at the delicate formations that resembled frozen waterfalls, while others traced the patterns in the stone with their eyes, finding shapes and stories within the random swirls of color. Gimli led them to a small underground stream that cut through the chamber. Its crystal-clear waters flowed gently over smooth pebbles, creating a soft, musical burble that filled the air with soothing sound. The group paused here, taking a moment to refresh themselves with the cool, pure water. As they rested, one of the elves, a maiden named Eleanor, began to sing. Her clear voice rose and fell, echoing off the cavern walls and blending with the song of the stream. The melody spoke of starlight and deep roots, of the meeting of sky and stone. It was a song of wonder and connection, bridging the gap between the elves' love of open skies and the dwarves' affinity for the deep places of the world. Gimli closed his eyes, letting the music wash over him. In that moment, the ancient rivalry between dwarves and elves seemed as insubstantial as morning mist. Here, in the heart of the mountain, they were united in their appreciation of natural beauty. As Eleanor's song faded into echoes, Gimli roused himself and gestured for the group to continue. They followed the stream deeper into the cave system, watching as it widened and deepened, carving smooth channels through the living rock. The next chamber they entered was smaller, but no less breathtaking. Here, the ceiling was lower, creating a sense of intimacy. Delicate formations hung everywhere, thin, translucent sheets of flowstone that resembled frozen waterfalls, and fragile soda straws that reached down like the fingers of giants. Gimli cautioned the group to move carefully, his voice barely above a whisper. "These formations have taken thousands of years to grow," he explained. "A careless touch could undo centuries of work." The elves nodded, their natural grace serving them well as they navigated the fragile environment. They moved slowly, taking time to examine each wonder in detail. One elf, Galador, knelt to study a cluster of cave pearls, small, perfectly round stones formed by mineral-rich water dripping steadily over grains of sand. "It's remarkable," Galador mused, his voice soft with wonder, "how something so small and seemingly insignificant can, over time, become a thing of such beauty." Gimli smiled, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Aye, there's a lesson in that, I think. Great things often have humble beginnings, be they cave pearls or friendships between unlikely allies." The group shared a moment of quiet reflection, each lost in their own thoughts. The only sounds were the gentle drip of water and the soft whisper of their breath, creating a peaceful atmosphere that seemed to exist outside of time. As they pressed on, the cave system revealed more of its secret. They passed through a narrow passage where the walls glittered with tiny crystals, making it seem as if they were walking through a corridor of diamonds. The lantern light caught each facet, creating a dazzling display that left even the elves, accustomed to the beauty of starlight, in awe. The passage opened into another large chamber, this one dominated by a still, dark pool. The water was so clear and still that it perfectly mirrored the cavern ceiling, creating the illusion of an endless abyss. Gimli carefully set his lantern near the water's edge, and the reflection transformed the pool into a sea of stars. "I've never seen anything like it," breathed Linder, his eyes wide with wonder. "It's as if we're standing on the edge of the night sky itself." Gimli nodded, his own eyes reflecting the magical scene before them. "Aye, it's a sight that never fails to humble me. No matter how many times I visit, these caves always have a new wonder to reveal." The group settled around the pool, some sitting on smooth boulders while others reclined on the soft sand at the water's edge. There was no need for words. The beauty of the moment spoke volumes. The gentle lapping of tiny waves against the shore and the distant drip of water created a soothing rhythm, like the heartbeat of the mountain itself. As they rested, Gimli shared stories of the cave's tales of their discovery, legends of hidden treasures, and the plans he had to sensitively develop the area so that others might share in its beauty. The elves listened intently, their initial curiosity about the caves deepening into genuine appreciation and respect. Time seemed to lose meaning in the peaceful depths of the mountain. It could have been minutes or hours later when Gimli finally stirred, realizing that their journey must eventually come to an end. With a small sigh of regret, he rose to his feet. "There is much more to see," he said, "but perhaps we should save some wonders for another day. It's best not to overwhelm the senses all at once." The elves nodded in agreement, though their eyes lingered on the magical pool as they prepared to leave. As they retraced their steps through the cave system, there was a newfound sense of camaraderie among the group. The shared experience of beauty had forged a bond between them, transcending the old divisions between their races. Gradually, the sound of the outside world began to filter into the caves, the distant call of birds, the whisper of wind through grass. The air grew fresher, carrying the scent of sun-warmed stone and open skies. As they emerged from the cave entrance, blinking in the bright sunlight, each member of the group felt as if they were waking from a beautiful dream. Gimli turned to face his companions, his eyes twinkling with joy and pride. "Well, my friends, what do you think of the glittering caves of Aglarond?" The elves exchanged glances, their faces glowing with wonder and newfound understanding. It was Eleanor who spoke for them all, her voice soft but filled with emotion. "Master Gimli," she said, bowing her head slightly, "we came here out of curiosity, perhaps even a touch of skepticism, but we leave with our hearts full of wonder and our minds opened to new beauty. Truly, these caves are a treasure beyond measure, as magnificent in their own way as the Malorn groves of Lothlorien." Gimli's chest swelled with pride at her words. He looked out over the plains of Rohan, then back to the cave entrance. In his mind's eye, he could still see the glittering chambers, the still pool, the delicate formations shaped by time and water. He knew that the memory of this day would stay with all of them, a shining jewel of shared wonder in the treasure house of their memories. As the group began their journey back to the fortress of Helm's Deep, their conversation was filled with reflections on what they had seen. The boundary between dwarf and elf seemed to have blurred, replaced by a shared appreciation for the wonders of the natural world, whether they be found in the depths of a mountain or the heights of a forest canopy. And so, under the vast sky of Rohan, a new understanding was born, one small but significant step towards a future where all free peoples could appreciate the diverse beauties of Middle-earth together. Story 8. Deep within the heart of the misty mountains, where the whispers of ancient stones echoed through cavernous halls, young Thorin Stonehand took his first steps as an apprentice stone carver. The vast chambers of Moria, the greatest of all dwarf kingdoms, stretched out before him like a labyrinth of dreams waiting to be explored. Thorin's eyes, wide with wonder, traced the intricate patterns etched into the walls around him. Veins of mithril, a precious metal prized above all others, glimmered softly in the warm glow of lantern light. The silvery threads seemed to dance and shimmer, as if alive with the very essence of the mountain itself. As he made his way through the winding corridors, Thorin's footsteps fell softly on the smooth stone floor, polished by centuries of dwarven feet. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the earthy scent of freshly carved rock and the faint metallic tang of mithril dust. It filled his lungs, grounding him in the present moment and connecting him to the legacy of his ancestors. The young apprentice soon found himself in a spacious workshop where master carvers bent over their work with unwavering focus. The gentle tapping of chisels on stone created a soothing rhythm, punctuated by the occasional scrape of a file or the soft swish of a brush clearing away debris. It was a melody as old as the mountains themselves, a song of creation and craftsmanship. Thorin approached his assigned workbench, running his hand along the worn wooden surface. Generations of apprentices had stood in this very spot, learning the sacred art of stone carving. He could almost feel their presence, guiding his hands as he picked up his first chisel. Master Balin, a dwarf with a beard as white as fresh fallen snow and eyes that twinkled with kindness, approached Thorin with a nod of encouragement. "Are you ready to begin, lad?" he asked, his voice a low, comforting rumble. Thorin nodded, his throat tight with anticipation. Balin placed a small block of pale granite before him, its surface rough and uneven. "Today," the master carver explained, "we start with the basics. Listen to the stone, feel its shape beneath your hands. The image you seek is already there, waiting to be revealed." With trembling fingers, Thorin picked up the stone. He closed his eyes, letting his other senses take over. The cool, rough texture against his skin, the earthy scent filling his nostrils, the weight of it in his palms, all of these sensations melded together, forming a picture in his mind. As he opened his eyes, Thorin saw not just a block of stone, but the potential within. With careful, measured movements, he began to chip away at the excess, following the natural lines and contours hidden beneath the surface. Time seemed too slow as Thorin worked, the world beyond his workbench fading into a peaceful blur. The steady tap-tap-tap of his chisel joined the workshop's gentle symphony, blending seamlessly with the sounds around him. Flakes of stone fell away, revealing glimpses of the form within. As the day wore on, shafts of sunlight filtered through cleverly placed light wells, their warm glow mingling with the cooler illumination of the dwarf-made lamps. The changing light brought new depth to the carvings around him, shadows shifting and playing across the intricate designs. Thorin paused in his work, stretching his back and flexing his fingers. He looked up, taking in the serene beauty of his surroundings. Massive pillars, each a masterpiece of dwarven craft, rose up to support ceilings so high they seemed to disappear into shadow. Yet for all their grandeur, there was an intimacy to the space, a sense of being cradled in the very embrace of the mountain. As he admired the work of those who had come before him, Thorin noticed something he hadn't seen before. High up on one of the pillars, partially hidden by the play of light and shadow, was a carving of a tree. Its branches spread out across the stone, leaves rendered with such delicacy that they seemed to rustle in an unfelt breeze. Master Balin, noticing Thorin's gaze, stepped closer. "Ah," he said softly, "you've spotted the lonely tree." It's said that the carver who created it had never seen a living tree, having been born and raised here in the depths of Moria. Yet through the stories passed down and the power of imagination, he was able to capture its essence in stone. Thorin marveled at the thought, his mind drifting to the world above. Though he had ventured outside the mountain on occasion, the vast halls of Moria were his true home. Here, in the quiet depths, he felt a sense of belonging and peace that the chaotic world above could never match. Returning to his work with renewed inspiration, Thorin continued to shape the stone before him. As the day progressed, a form began to emerge, a simple yet elegant geometric pattern that seemed to flow organically from the stone itself. The workshop slowly emptied as other apprentices and masters completed their day's work. But Thorin, lost in the rhythm of his carving, barely noticed the passage of time. It wasn't until Master Balin gently laid a hand on his shoulder that he looked up, blinking in surprise at the dimmed lamps and lengthened shadows. "Well done, lad," Balin said warmly, examining Thorin's work. "You have a natural touch. But remember, stone carving is not just about shaping rock, it's about patience, about listening to the stone and working with it, not against it." Thorin nodded, a warm glow of pride spreading through his chest at the master's words. As he cleaned his workspace and carefully stored his tools, he felt a deep sense of contentment settle over him. This was where he belonged, where he could contribute to the legacy of his people. As Thorin made his way back through the halls towards the apprentice quarters, the atmosphere of Moria had shifted. The daytime bustle had given way to a peaceful evening calm. The soft glow of mithril-infused lamps cast a dreamy light through the corridors, turning ordinary stone into a landscape of wonder. In the distance, he could hear the faint sounds of dwarven voices raised in song. The melody, deep and resonant, seemed to vibrate through the very stone beneath his feet. It was an ancient lullaby, one that had echoed through these halls for countless generations, soothing young dwarfs to sleep with tales of great deeds and beautiful crafts. Thorin paused in an open atrium, gazing up at the vast ceiling far above. Clever dwarf engineers had designed a system of mirrors and light wells that brought a hint of the night sky into the depths of the mountain. Tiny points of light, like distant stars, twinkled in the darkness, creating the illusion of a starry sky. As he stood there, breathing in the cool, mineral-scented air, Thorin felt a profound sense of connection to the mountain, to his people, to the timeless art of stone carving. In that moment, all of Moria seemed to hold its breath, as if the very stones were listening to the dreams and aspirations of this young apprentice. With a contented sigh, Thorin continued on his way, his footsteps echoing softly through the quiet halls. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new lessons, new wonders to discover. But for now, wrapped in the comforting embrace of the mountain, he was at peace. As he settled into his bed, carved from the living rock and softened with warm furs, Thorin closed his eyes. The gentle sounds of the mountain, the distant drip of water, the soft creaking of stone, the faint echoes of dwarven songs created a soothing lullaby. In his mind's eye, he saw again the lonely tree, its stone leaves seeming to whisper ancient secret. And as sleep gently claimed him, Thorin dreamed of the wonders yet to be carved, of the stories yet to be told in stone, in the quiet, timeless halls of Moria.